Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Rocky.
It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Atlanta Braves. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Thursday afternoon to you, wherever you may be. We're at Dodger Stadium, ready to close off the homestand. The Dodgers having played 8 with the Cardinals and the 8th game today, the 4th of a series with the Atlanta Braves. The Dodgers have won 2 out of 3 from Atlanta. They'll have Clayton Kershaw with a record of 2-2 on the mound. The Braves will counter with Jurgens. His record is 1-0, 7 innings, no earned runs. The Dodgers will pack their bags and move out on the road, heading for Chicago, where the weather is sketchy, and to Florida. Meanwhile, the Braves continue to travel. They'll go to San Francisco and then San Diego. Talking about San Diego, they'll open up the homestand when the team comes back. We'll get to the ball game. We'll have a whole lot more coming up right after this.
Are half price today on Throwback Day. Dodgers wearing uniforms from the 1940s and Braves wearing uniforms from their ancient past in Boston as well. We'll come out to center field. Jim Watson and Steve Lyons. Dodgers begin the day 4th in the National League West. 4.5 games back of Colorado. Let's take a look at our Hyundai keys to the game. And we start with 2 young guns. two of the premier young pitchers in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, really nice pitching matchup today. You got Kershaw against Jurgens. Jair Jurgens, that can't be his real name, is it? Kershaw is a guy that doesn't really have to change a trend. Garland got out and won a game last night. Kershaw doesn't have to stop the bleeding. But this could be a pretty big game for a couple reasons. It changes the mood. If you win this game, number one, do you win the series? You beat the Atlanta 3-1, but, it's getaway day. It's a long flight to Chicago. If you don't get a win on your belt, it changes the entire mood of the ball club and changes my ability to speak English as well. So go out there and get a win today, Clayton.
And you mentioned John Garland, who went 108 pitches last night, a complete game, his first since 2009, the 11th of his career. But it was the offense. It was the early offense. Dodgers were up 5-0 before I even got to the press box.
Yeah, and that's a good way to start. You get off to a good lead, then you can play a more aggressive style of baseball. You don't have to be waiting around for a 3-run home run. When you get on, you can steal, you can go first to third. You can do a lot more things when you have the lead.
Here he comes. The long, tall Texan is ready to go. The Dodgers begin the day 9-10. Time to get even, isn't it? We'll see you after the final out.
Event. Join the movement at your local area Hyundai dealer. Buy Shakey's, win a pizza party for 10. Go to Shakey's.com. By CarMax. Now more than ever, the smart choice is CarMax. And by AT&T. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Thursday afternoon to you, wherever you may be. A little bit cloudy up above with patches of blue. And talking about patches of blue, this is Throwback Thursday. And we turn the clock back to the 1940s. The Dodgers are wearing a blue, well, in those days it was satin. These uniforms are not satin, but they're blue trimmed in white with white numerals, the script Brooklyn in white across the chest, and, of course, the blue caps with the big B on it. Meanwhile, talking about B, the Boston Braves are wearing the uniforms from the 40s. They were the Boston Bees, then the Boston Braves. Then, of course, they moved to Milwaukee, and now they're in Atlanta. And I was sitting here looking down, having the thought of how blessed I am because I saw a Dodger team and a Braves team wearing those uniforms in the 40s. The one thing about the Dodger uniform in my memory bank, these blue uniforms are not as blue as the originals. First of all, the original blues were satin, and I mean under the lights, they just shimmered. They were magnificent to see. They also wore white satin uniforms at home. And what happened to the blue, I have no idea. I do know that the white satin uniforms were used by managers, coaches, and instructors for years in Vero Beach. Well, let's take a look at the Braves in their uniforms. Martin Prado in left field, Alex Gonzalez at short, Chipper Jones at third, Dan Ugla at second, Freddie Freeman at first, David Ross behind the plate, Nate McLouth in center, Matt Young in right, and Jair Jurgens on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, resplendent in his blue, Clayton Kershaw, 2-2 with an ERA just under 3, ready to pitch to Prado. Prado is hitting .266, 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. Hit his second home run Tuesday and takes a pitch for a strike, and the count 0-1. Prado facing one of the talented left-handers in the league in Clayton Kershaw, as you know, and he hasn't had much success against left-handers. He holds up on a check swing, says Laz Diaz. So the count on Prado is 0-2. It's a lovely afternoon, 64 degrees, and both teams will be traveling after the third out. The Dodgers head for Chicago, and the Braves head up north to San Francisco. The next one to Prado is swung on and missed, and down he goes. So Kershaw, who started with 24 strikeouts, picks up one right away. The Dodgers defensively, Gwynn, Kemp, and Ethier. The infield, Blake Carroll, Uribe, and Loney. And the battery, Barajas, handling Kershaw. So one away in the first inning, Alex Gonzalez, the batter. By the way, in talking about the 64 degrees here in Los Angeles, with some blue and sunshine fighting its way through, it's not that way in Chicago. Gonzalez fouls the first pitch away, and the count 0-1. Alex hitting .235. He has 3 home runs and 5 runs batted in. The temperature in Chicago, when they were finishing the games last night, it was 42. Today, 47 with rain, and they're talking about 40-ish and showers tomorrow in Chicago. The beginning of a 3-game series on the weekend, and of course the Dodgers hope not to have to play a doubleheader. Strike one pitch is swung on and fouled back, and the count 0-2. Clayton Kershaw, striking out Prado, has 25 strikeouts this year and over 500 strikeouts in his career. 0-2 the count to Gonzalez. Clayton looks over the fingertips of his glove. Now the left-hander ready. Comes back with a pitch, whack to left. On the dead run to backhand it in left field is Tony Gwynn. Nice play by Tony. He had to get a good jump on that ball, or it's an extra base hit. So Gonzalez robbed of a hit by Tony Gwynn. And the batter now, Chipper Jones. Chipper Jones turning around to bat right-handed, a veteran, hitting .273 with 2 home runs and 12 runs batted in. Jones doing very well against left-hand pitching, hitting .318, and he takes a strike, and the count 0-1. As far as Kershaw's experience, let's say, against Jones, they've never faced each other. Here's the strike one pitch on the way, fastball, and that's off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. You might have expected young Jason Hayward to be playing today, but he is not. There's a fly ball to right field. Ethier is right there, and they put him away. Hayward, in his young career against the Dodgers, 3 for 41 and hitless in the previous 3. Half inning in the books, no score. trouble in the first inning. Not anymore. He makes 9 pitches, 8 of them strikes, and sets the Braves down in order. Let's take a look at the Dodger lineup. Tony Gwynn, we know he's in left field after making that fine running catch. Then Casey Blake, followed by Ethier, Kemp, and Uribe and Loney. Barajas punches the time clock again behind the plate. Jamie Carroll at short, back 8, and Clayton Kershaw. On the mound, his name is Jurgens. That's his last name. Jair Jurgens would be the full name. The guys on the team call him JJ, which is not a bad idea. He's from Curacao. 25 years old, 6'1", maybe 165 pounds. So he's very much on the lean side. Originally drafted by the Tigers. So JJ into the windup, and his first pitch to Gwynn in for a strike, and they count 0-1. From Curacao, the small island nation of over 140,000 people in the Caribbean Ocean, about 35 miles from Venezuela. He works Gwynn away, ball 2. His father, a longtime fan of the Braves, and especially Henry Aaron. Tony Gwynn hitting .256 at the plate. Jurgens ready, and the 1-1 pitch picks up the outside corner, 1-2. Jurgens 7 innings under his belt this year and is not allowed to run. He has not faced Tony Gwynn, but he has faced most of the others in the lineup. In fact, check me on Gwynn, who is just 1 for 7 against him. Jurgens turns on the rubber, and the slender right-hander works it inside at the knees, 2-2. The Brave uniforms with the ringed stockings, then the traditional gray. The bill of the cap is red. And the 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit up the middle, going behind second base, unable to make the play is Dan Uggla. Uggla was going to pick it up and throw sidearm, and as he brought his arm back, the ball just flew out. It'll go as a base hit. So Tony Gwynn leads off with an infield single. It was a good effort by Uggla to get there, and the batter now will be Casey Blake. So a runner at first, nobody out. Casey Blake last night had a couple of base hits, went 2 for 4, hitting .270. Gwynn draws a throw, dives back. Tony has good running speed, and he has stolen 3 out of 4. Carroll is 2 for 2. Even Blake has a stolen base. Matt Kemp, leading the club, has stolen 8 out of 11. The pitch at the plate, showing bunt. Blake takes low, ball 1, 1-0. Casey a look down to third to Tim Wallach. Jurgens, right foot on the rubber, looks down to get a sign from David Ross. You may remember David played with the Dodgers. Throw at first, not in time. Jurgens reminiscing about when he first came up with the Tigers in 2007. First batter he ever faced in the big leagues was Kenny Lofton, and he struck him out. Here's the 1-0 pitch, a check swing, throw high at first, no play there. 2-0 the count to Casey Blake. Jurgens said when he struck out Kenny Lofton, he thought it was inside. Lofton did. He got mad at the umpire. And then Jurgens thought to himself, well, I can belong up here if I can strike out one of the better leadoff hitters in the game. The next one to Blake is fouled away, and the count 2-1. Jurgens is not an overpowering pitcher. At 160 pounds or thereabouts, that would be an upset. Coming into this game, 7 innings, 4 strikeouts. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. A look at first, a pitch out, no action. So that's a wasted pitch, in the count 3-1. When Jurgens was growing up in Curacao, that's the homeland of Andrew Jones, but the fellow that Jurgens liked the most was another Brave, an outfielder by the name of David Justice. Jurgens turns, throws to first, back on the bag with a hand Tony Gwynn. Left-handers, and of course it's very early, we're hitting just 133, and Gwynn got a base hit. Right-handers yet to have a hit from him. There goes Gwynn, and the pitch fouled away. So the Dodgers played run and hit. Casey Blake fouls it back into the stands. So if they played run and hit 3-1, you get the idea they might send Gwynn again 3-2. Don Mattingly celebrating his 50th birthday yesterday, draped on the railing in front of the dugout. Gwynn reading him and takes a lead. A look by Jurgens. Gwynn goes again, sure enough, and the pitch is popped foul out of play. So Blake's still there, 3-2. Remember the other night we were counting pitches, and Blake had like 47 pitches in one game up there at the plate. And here he is starting today, 3-2. Bottom of the first inning, no score. A throwback game playing music from the 40s. The 3-2 pitch is instead a throw to first. Even the first ball thrower had some time. A lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy. We were honored to have him, Ernest Cowell, throw out the first ball. The commander served in the South Pacific during World War II, received a Purple Heart, a Bronze Star with Valor, and an Army Commendation Medal as well. 3-2 to Casey. Gwynn poised and ready. He's gone twice. A look over, there he goes, and Blake misses at the plate. Great throw, but it's dropped by Ugla. So David Ross threw an arrow to Dan Ugla. It was there in plenty of time to tag out the run of Gwynn, and Ugla just didn't hold on to it. So the Dodgers get a big break as Blake strikes out. They have a runner in scoring position, and Andre Ethier will be the batter. It'll be a stolen base. You can't anticipate, but I'll tell you, David Ross is hot because he threw a dart down there to second base. So Ugla's having trouble. Got the ground ball by Gwynn come out of his hand. Now dropping a perfect throw. And here is Ethier with a 17-game hitting streak. Pickoff play, and that ball flies out of the hand of Alex Gonzalez as he tried to make a tag. It would not have gotten him. But again, it follows the pattern for the Braves here in the first inning. Andre Ethier coming off a big game, hitting .384, 2 home runs, 9 runs batted in, doubled last night in the first inning, singled and hit his 100th home run. So with a 17-game hitting streak, the longest of his career, Andre takes off the plate. Ball 1, 1-0. Jurgens out there on the mound like so many kids from the Curacao Island, speaks 4 languages. Tony Gwynn at second, Jurgens from a stretch. Now the 1-0 pitch to Andre Ethier. The slender right-hander delivers on the hands, fouled away. Last night, kind of a milestone for Andre Ethier, and I mean, he really gave it a ride. He hit the home run that marked the 100th in his career, his second home run hit this year. So that was icing on the cake since he had already extended the streak back in the first inning. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. No score first inning. Gwynn at second, 1 away. Ethier takes low, ball 2. Jurgens, the 4 languages. He speaks Papiamento, which is the official language of Curacao. He speaks English, he speaks Dutch, and he speaks Spanish. The 2-1 pitch, slap foul off third, down the line, deep in the lower deck, and the count 2-2. Turns out to be a lovely day here in Los Angeles. Sunshine, very comfortable, 64 at the start. And on a throwback day, turning back the clock. 1944 vintage uniforms. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Out of a stretch goes the right-hander Jurgens. Takes too much time. Time called at the plate. Wally Bell is the plate umpire. Laz Diaz, Scott Barry, and John Hirschbeck working the line. Two and two the count. Now the pitch to Ethier, fouled off again. Matt Kemp waiting on deck. The tie-in in Curacao with Jair Jurgens. He was a bat boy on a youth league team that featured Andrew Jones. Two balls, two strikes. Jurgens again ready. A look at Gwynn. Back he comes to Ethier, and that's low. So he went 3-2 to Blake before he struck him out. And now he comes right back 3-2 to Ethier with Matt Kemp on deck. Ethier, no wonder the count is full. 4 for 9 against Jurgens in the past. J.J. ready, and his 3-2 pitch is taken low. Ball 4. So the Dodgers have runners at first and second. One out, and Matt Kemp coming up. Now Kemp against Jurgens is hitting .364, 4 for 11 with a home run. So for Kemp, it's been cleanup time for the number 4 hitter almost every day in the first inning. Last night, second and third, he struck out. Time before, with a runner at second, they walked him intentionally. When he came up in game 1 of the series, he had a base hit to drive in 2 runs. So here he is again, trying to clean up. So Matt at the plate, hitting .426. Jurgens delivers, wrinkles it in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Fastball, changeup, and a curveball. Fastball with a tendency to sink. Kemp waiting, 0-1 the count to Matt. Tony Gwynn at second, Andre Ethier at first. On deck, Juan Uribe. J.J. ready, right-handed deals, fastball low. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Jurgens still lives in the same house he grew up in, just a few miles from downtown Willemstad, the capital city of Curacao. The one thing about Curacao, if you've ever been there, we were there just once, it is a pastel city. The pitch swung on and missed, 1 and 2. All of the houses are painted powder blue, yellow, you name it. I mean, it's like stepping into a real Disneyland. Curacao. The painted houses close together, fenced in yards, tiny streets, a very slow pace. 1 and 2 the count to Matt Kemp. Jurgens ready, right-handed delivers, swung on and missed. And Kemp pressing a little bit, I think, went after a pitch really up. Normally you see Matt chasing sliders down and away, but he just went after a high fastball that I believe is out of the strike zone. So 2 out in the first inning, and Juan Uribe coming up. So Matt goes walking back to the dugout empty-handed, and Uribe checks in. For Uribe, maybe his best day as a Dodger. Last evening, 3 hits and 4 runs batted in. So he has 7 RBIs for the year and takes high and inside, ball 1, 1-0. So Gwynn at second, Ethier at first. Gwynn on an infield single, Ethier on a walk. Jurgens with 2 strikeouts. Infield back into normal depth, and Uribe waiting. Jurgens out of his stretch and looks back at the runners. The 1-0 pitch on the way, fastball at the knees for a strike, and the count 1-1. Juan Uribe trying to get started, and no doubt feels he finally got a move on last night. Jurgens again watching, and the 1-1 pitch swung on, hit foul off first upstairs, second deck. 1-2 the count. So the Dodgers have Kenley Jansen down there in the bullpen, and the Braves have Jair Jurgens, both hailing from Curacao. JJ, a high set up around the nose, and the pitch foul back. Still 1-2. Jurgens throwing around 92. They say that Jurgens' Spanish is good enough that he has served as a translator for some of his Latin teammates during his minor league career. The pitch is high. 28 pitches now made by Jurgens here in the first inning. I'm not sure if he has that necklace on or not. Can't really tell. Normally, he has a necklace made of seashells from the beaches of the island where he grew up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on, and there's a soft foul ball outside of first, and Uribe will have to come back and try it again. That necklace of seashells that he wears is a gift from his sister Charlotte, considered a good luck charm. He said he wears the necklace, or others, he has a collection of necklaces in all of his starts. So we'll keep an eye on it for those of you who fancy jewelry. 2 balls and 2 strikes. JJ ready. Here he comes in at the knuckles. Ball 3. So with a full count and 2 down, the Dodgers get a little bit of an offensive break. They'll be running Gwynn and Ethier. Dodgers 1 game above 500 at home, 2 games under on the road. Runners ready to go. There they're off. The 3-2 pitch is low. Ball 4. So the Dodgers have loaded the bases on an infield single and 2 walks, and James Loney coming up. Loney hitting .286 against Jurgens. Roger McDowell, who was of course with the Dodgers. McDowell, a wonderful guy, was with the Dodgers from 1991 through 1994. Roger the Dodger out there trying to counsel the young right-hander, and McDowell heading back to the dugout. He has one of the great senses of humor of any guy who put on a baseball uniform. You may remember in Rogers' pitching days, you'd see him in the outfield in Wrigley Field with a hose. He would water down the people in the pavilion. And he's a knowledgeable, wonderful pitching coach. Okay, here's Loney, bases loaded, 2 out, first inning, no score. For Uribe to walk, that's a rarity. Jurgens ready, delivers, Loney fouls it back. For Juan Uribe, as he stands at first, proud possessor of ball 4, his 3rd walk in 64 at-bats. So Gwynn down the line from 3rd, Ethier away from 2nd, Uribe at 1st. Strike 1 pitch, swung on and missed. 0-2 to Loney. Hitting back at James, Rod Barajas. So Jurgens making a lot of pitches. I believe the count would be 32 right about now. No balls and 2 strikes to James Loney. No score, first inning. Jurgens ready, right-handed delivers, fouled off. Worked Loney up and in, and James got a little bit of it going by. So 34 pitches he's made now in the first inning. Gwynn an infield single, he struck out Blake. Ethier walked, he struck out Kemp. Uribe walks, and now he's trying to strike out Loney. No balls and 2 strikes. Jurgens set, looks at the runners, and the strike 2 pitch taken low and away, ball 1. 1-2. So the young right-hander is really laboring here. Pitch count mounting up. Jurgens looks down the barrel to get a sign. Now in that 1940s uniform, a high set and deals, and Loney in the 1940s uniform strikes out swinging. So quite an inning. Jurgens walks 2, gives up a single, strikes out the side, and at the end of an inning, no score. We saw Jurgens wasting a lot of pitches, 36, but he survived the inning. And it's interesting to look at Clayton Kershaw, who had the minimum for him in the first inning, a 9-pitch first inning. But there is a caveat attached to that. Fastball in there for a strike. Dan Uggla, Freddie Freeman, and David Ross in that order. Uggla, 4 home runs, 7 RBIs, hitting 194, fouls it away. In his last start, Clayton Kershaw retired the side in order in the first inning. However, he then made a 30-pitch second inning and a 40-pitch third inning. So let's see what he does today on the heels of a 9-pitch first inning. Uggla, right-hand hitting second baseman, a lot of power. The 0-2 pitch is high, ball 1-1-2. Since 1901, since we're flashing back, only 5 pitchers in Dodger franchise history have finished in the top 10 of ERAs at 21 or younger. Pitched Uggla's high, 2-2, and Kershaw one of them. Ralph Branca in 1947, Don Drysdale 1956, Don Sutton, who is here, 1966, and you have Fernando Valenzuela as Uggla strikes out, and young Clayton. So strikeout number 2, 1 away here in the second inning, and the batter is the left-hand hitter Freddie Freeman from Orange. So Freeman, against all comers, hitting .232. Kershaw, 31 strikeouts now. And the left-hander deals fastball hit in the air to right center and deep. Moving over is Ethier and Kemp, and it's Kemp making the catch. So Freeman a long out to right center, 2 away, and the batter David Ross. So with 2 out, Kershaw's made only 6 pitches here in the second. And here is David. Ross, you may remember, with the Dodgers, a solid backup catcher. Billy Delory was checking David Ross's stats, and he realized if Ross plays through 2012, he will have had 10 years in the big leagues. Kershaw's fastball into David for a strike. David is 6'2", 235, out of Bainbridge, Georgia. Went to the University of Florida. He was with the Dodgers. First came up in 2002 as he fouls it back. When he was with the Reds 5 years ago, he had a banner year for power. David had 21 home runs. He also had 17 home runs for the Reds. But with Brian McCann playing, he's not going to be in there very often. David takes low, 1-2 the count. McCann, the great catcher for the Braves, standing looking at the insignia on that 1940 shirt. Brian is hitting .349 and plays great almost every day. The 1-2 pitch coming up. Kershaw delivers, swung on and missed, and that's that. So he strikes out 3 in 2 innings, and at the end of an inning and a half, no score. The great Broadway show Oklahoma, Nancy B. Heffley serenading the crowd with 1940s music, and believe me, what a relief from the music they normally play. Rod Barajas, Jamie Carroll, and then Clayton Kershaw in that order. For Barajas, hitting .204, 3 home runs, 4 runs batted in. No score in the ball game here in the second. We've had 6 strikeouts. Each pitcher has nailed 3. It took Kershaw 2 innings. Jurgens did it in the first inning. And the pitch now to the Dodger catcher, picks up the outside corner, and the count 0-1. Barajas with power, 3 home runs, 4 RBIs. No score, bottom of the second. Final game of the 4-game series, final game of an 8-game homestand. Strike 1 pitch coming on, and that's hit in the air down the right field line, peeling off foul and well out of play. 0-2 the count. When the Dodgers come home after going to Chicago and Florida, they'll begin on the weekend of the 29th with the San Diego Padres. That would be Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon, then the Chicago Cubs. And then the Dodgers will go back out on the road, 3 with the Mets and 4 with Pittsburgh. Strike 2 pitch on the way. Barajas takes down and away. Ball 1, 1-2. The Dodgers in the Western Division are okay. When they step out of the division, they're hurting a little bit. So it'll be an interesting series of days coming up. The 1-2 pitch. Barajas swings, lifts it on the right side. Freddie Freeman is there and makes the catch for the out. 1 away. And the batter will be Jamie Carroll.
Number 14, Jamie Carroll.
1 away, second inning, bases empty, no score in the ball game. Jamie hitting .300 with 2 RBIs. Up above, they're just little tears in the gray, a couple of patches of blue, but it is certainly a little on the darker side now. The pitch to Carroll, he has a look, and the pitch is low, ball 1, 1-0. Of course, since it's a throwback, you start thinking about all those games played long before there were lights. The 1-0 pitch hit in the air to right field, going back is Matt Young, turns, makes the catch, and just like that, 2 out in the second inning. And the batter, Clayton Kershaw.
Clayton Kershaw.
My memory, of course, always fools me. And if you asked me when did they wear the blue satin or the white satin, I would think that because I remember them under the lights at the old Polo Grounds in New York, I wouldn't think it would be 1944. The reason I say that, in those days you didn't have lights on at night, not during the war. And I would be more inclined to guess, oh yeah, they wore them in 1946. Pitch in for a strike, 1-1. But if Mark Langell digs it up, our Dodger great historian, and if he tells you 1944, it's 44. The pitch inside, ball 2, 2-1. If I tell you, look it up. No score, 2 out, second inning. Here comes Jurgens, and he finds the corner. 2-2 the count to Clayton Kershaw. Jurgens recovering nicely now, making only 10 pitches here in the second inning. And the right-hander's 2-2 pitch. Kershaw hits a hopper to the left and through for a base hit into left center. Up with the ball is McLeod. So Kershaw comes up with his second hit of the year. Ground ball to the left of Alex Gonzalez. So remember, Tuesday, May 3rd, Dodgers and Cubs. Get your Dodger cooler bag presented by Coca-Cola. To secure your seat, go to Dodgers.com/promotions or call 866-DODGERS. Kershaw with a 2-out single, and the batter now Tony Gwynn, who singled up the middle despite a great effort by Dan Uggla. The pitch to Tony, a little high, ball 1. No runs, no hits for the Braves. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. We're in the bottom of the 2nd inning. We were talking about the Dodgers having trouble outside of the Western Division. Pitch to Gwynn in for a strike. If you look at Jurgen's record in the National League East, he is 18-8 in his career. In the Central, he is 3-12, and against the West, 13-5. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Gwynn slaps it foul. Of course, the National League Central is really something. Chicago, Cincinnati, Milwaukee, St. Louis, all tied for first, playing 500 ball. Pittsburgh, 1 back of the group, and Houston, 4 games under 500, last place, 2 games out. So it's a circus over there. 1-2 the count to Gwynn. Left-hand hitter with Kershaw at first. Freeman not holding. He's directly behind him. Gwynn has a look, and the pitch is low. What the Braves are doing, well, they're 1-4 against the St. Louis Cardinals. They're 0-3 against the Cincinnati Reds. And Freddie's club is 1-3 against Pittsburgh. The next one to Gwynn, lifted to shallow left field. Coming up to make the easy catch is Prado. No runs, 1 hit, a man left. And at the end of 2, no score. Ball game as we go to the 3rd. It'll be the bottom 3 for the Braves. That means Nate McLouth, Matt Young, and the pitcher J.J. Jurgen. For the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw ready to work. He's only made 19 pitches in 2 innings while striking out 3. Nate McLouth has been the one Brave player to have a standout series, not only covering a lot of ground in center field. He had a single and a double last night. He had 2 singles and a walk the game before. He had 2 doubles the game before that, and Loney robbed him of a huge hit. So McLouth hitting a solid 270, 4 runs batted in. Kershaw looks down the barrel to get a sign. Clayton deals. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count 0-1. McLouth, not a big man, but does a big job and plays a big role. He's 5'11". Takes a hook, and that's in there. Falls behind 0-2. Comes out of Muskegon, Michigan. Lives in Whitehall, Michigan. Went to the high school there. Strike 2 pitch. Nate fouls it away. He was originally a 25th round pick by the Pirates. trying to shake off the dust of a bad last year where he hit just 190. He had one big year, and you always look for the other. He had a big year in 2008. He takes off the plate. In 2008 for the Pirates, he had 26 home runs, 94 runs batted in, and he hasn't had anything like that ever since. 1-2 to Nate McLouth. Here comes Kershaw. Good curveball. See you later. Wow. He broke off a deuce, as they say. Strikeout number 4. And the batter will be the right fielder, Matt Young. We saw Matt briefly as a pinch hitter last night, and he grounded out. So Kershaw working on the boy from Temple, Texas. Let's see about the first pitch, because Kershaw has gotten the first pitch for a strike to all 7 hitters. He's been 0-2 to 5 of the 7, and the first is swung on and missed, strike 1. Clayton with 4 strikeouts, 1 out in the 3rd. Matt Young, 5'8", 175. Fastball inside. You missed Jason Hayward? Well, Hayward on the road is hitting 152, and at night hitting 108. The one time he's hit well is the daytime, and he's not playing. The next one is low against the Dodgers, and remember, Hayward hitless in this series, so he is 0 for 13 in the series. He is 3 for 41 against the Dodgers in his career. Young pops it in the air to shallow left center. Matt Kemp comes over and makes the catch for the second out. We're not picking on Jason Hayward. Instead, we're actually complimenting the fact that he's such a talented young player who just happened to fall upon lean times in this series. So with 2 out, here's JJ, as they call him, and Jason Hayward sitting back quietly in the dugout. 2 out, 3rd inning, no score. Jurgen's right-hand batter shows bunt, takes a strike, 0-1. No score, 3rd inning. Braves no runs, no hits. Dodgers no runs, 2 hits. Top of the 3rd. Jurgen's waiting. Kershaw not wasting any time. Back with a fastball that's low. 2-1 the count. Of course, saying that Kershaw is not wasting any time, that doesn't mean he's a fast worker. The fast worker was last night, Derek Lowe. Here's the 2-1 pitch coming up. Ground ball to the hole. Plugged up by Uribe. On his feet to throw him out. Nice play by Juan. And down go the Braves. Uribe takes a hit away. Kershaw had a hit. And at the end of 2.5, no score. Southern California Ford dealers. Visit us today and trade up to Ford. And by Jack in the Box. Right now, get the All-American Jack Combo with fries and a drink for only $4.99 plus tax. Bottom of the third inning. Everything's up to date in Kansas City, says Nancy B. We're up to date here. No runs, no hits for the Braves. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. And into the third we go with Blake, Ethier, and Kemp. Jurgen's first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Blake, Ethier, Kemp collectively. Blake and Kemp struck out. Ethier drew a walk. Jurgens turns, ready, strike one, pitch, swung on and missed, and the count 0-2. Jurgens made 36 pitches in the first inning, cut that down to 16, and he jumps out in front of Blake 0-2. The strike 2 pitch on the way. Blake fouls it away. We've talked about it throughout the series, how Casey Blake has made the opposing pitcher work. He has seen at least 6 pitches and as many as 10 pitches in 9 of his at-bats in this series. So the strike 2 pitch to Casey is taken low. He went 3-2 before striking out in the first inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Casey Blake. Jurgens ready, and his 1-2 pitch at the knuckles. 2-2 the count. Dodgers had Gwynn single up the middle and Kershaw single in the second inning. No runs. Now the 2-2 pitch to Casey, swung on, slapped into right field, base hit. Matt Young plays it on a hop and gets it back in. So Blake begins things with a leadoff single to right field. You know, you can follow the Dodgers with the MLB.com at Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. You can get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. All you do, text @bat to 31826 or visit Dodgers.com. So Blake at first, nobody out. Here's Ethier, who walked in the first inning. And the pitch to Andre at his feet, ball 1. Ethier with that 17-game hitting streak. He had a 16-game streak earlier in his career, and he's also hitting 18 of 19. Of course, when you turning back the clock to the 40s, then you think of Joe DiMaggio's 56-game streak. Ethier fouls one off to the left out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Joe DiMaggio. That was a big song in the early 40s. Joe DiMaggio, we want you on our side. He started baseball's famous streak that set the world aglow. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Joltin' Joe DiMaggio. I'm not sure of the ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Ethier waiting. Blake takes his lead at first. Jurgens ready, delivers, and finds the outside corner for a strike, and the count 1-2. Yeah, there was a great radio show way back in the 40s, musical. A fellow who became a big star in Hollywood, Paul Douglas, was the announcer on that show. And they would open up every night with the choir, glee club, whatever, singing. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ethier fouls it away. And it would begin, what's the score, Paul? What did the Dodgers do? And then they'd come on and give the scores. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to Andre Ethier. No score, 3rd inning. Blake held on by Freeman. Jurgens a high set around the collarbone, and the 1-2 pitch. Ethier takes low. 2-2 the count. Jurgens' pitch count now in the 60s. Gave up the base hit to Blake. He's 2-2 to Ethier with Matt Kemp on deck. The 2-2 pitch, high and away, ball 3. So he's laboring out there. Walked 2 in the first inning, but he also struck out the side. Now with Matt Kemp waiting, he has a runner at first and a 3-2 count to Ethier. We'll see what Blake does. Casey takes and goes. The pitch is grounded off the glove of Freddie Freeman. Safe at first is Ethier. All the way over to third goes Blake. So Andre Ethier, hard ground ball that got away from the first baseman, and the Dodgers are certainly in business. It'll go as a base hit for Ethier, so he is now hit safely in 18. Freeman appeared awkward, perhaps the area around first base a little loose. And for Ethier, he'll say thank you very much. So a 3-2 base hit. Ethier has hit in 18 straight. 19 of 20. And here's Kemp, struck out in the first inning. Jurgens delivers and misses low and inside, ball 1. 1-0 to Matt. No score in the third. Dodgers trying to get a jump on the Braves, pick off a win and take 3 out of 4, which would put a nice ribbon on this home package before heading for Chicago. Kemp swings, hits it in the air down the right field line. Young coming towards the line, makes the catch. Tagging but holding are the runners, so we have 1 away. So Matt Kemp, who had a chance at picking up an RBI in the first inning but struck out, has a chance to pick another ribby here in the third and pops out to shallow right. And the batter is Juan Uribe. So still no score in the third inning. I can just imagine a modern day player having a bad day, saying, I always have a bad day when I wear this uniform. Won't have to worry about it for a while. Uribe walked in the first inning. Here comes Jurgens, and he gets a strike, and the count 0-1. Uribe hitting .219, picked up his 3rd walk of the year back in the first inning. Now the strike 1 pitch with 1 out. Uribe, a big swing, fouls it away. 0-2 the count. Of course, Uribe really doesn't know how to swing easy. I mean, he walks up there, a very, very aggressive hitter, and because of that, he pays the price. He has struck out 17 times, along with Rod Barajas. Here's the strike 2 pitch to Uribe. Jurgens delivers very high, ball 1. No score. Bottom of the third inning. Dodgers and Braves on Throwback Thursday. Each team wearing the uniform that was worn by the clubs back in the 40s, 1944 to be exact. Jurgens set, runners at the corners, and the 1-2 pitch to Uribe low, and down to second goes Ethier. He is out. The Dodgers are a throwback team running the bases in this series. You remember last night, Matt Kemp trying to steal third with 2 out, and now Uribe trying to steal second and runs into the second out. And that's when the Dodgers back then had the nickname the Daffy Dodgers. So welcome to Throwback Thursday. So Uribe with 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes, swings, hits one in the air to center, cruising to his left is McLeod. So the Dodgers run out of the inning. If Ethier doesn't try to steal second, that fly ball gets Blake home, but it didn't work out that way. And at the end of 3, no score. El Pollo Loco. Try our delicious Baja-style fish tacos with classic Baja or spicy avocado sauce. Only at El Pollo Loco. By Corona. And by Time Warner Cable. Here at Dodger Stadium on Throwback Thursday, the Dodgers resplendent in their blue uniforms that were satin. These are not. And in the fourth inning, for the Braves in their 1940s uniform worn by the Boston Braves. The first hitter up there is Martin Prado, and he hits a fly ball to right field caught by Ethier. One pitch and one away. And the batter now will be Alex Gonzalez. No score in the fourth. Gonzalez hit a shot down the left field line, and a fine running catch by Tony Gwynn took a base hit away from him. Little high, ball one. 1-0. No score in the fourth. One away. Little low. 2-0 the count to Alex Gonzalez. A wonderful fielder, and can certainly surprise you in the fact that he has some power. Alex last year had 23 home runs, but he hit just .224 against left-handers with 6 home runs, and then he had 17 against right-handers. The 2-1 pitch, and that's going to go into right field, base hit. So Gonzalez clean as a whistle singles for the first Braves hit, and the batter will be Chipper Jones, the first no-hitter that I ever saw and had a small part in broadcasting was in Boston at Braves Field, 1950. A right-hander by the name of Vern Bickford. So here's Chipper, flied to right, 0 for 1. No runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. No runs, 1 hit for the Braves. Ball 1. Dodgers way back when were called the Bridegrooms. They had a manager named Wilbur Robertson, so they got the name Robbins. Eventually the Trolley Dodgers and the Dodgers. 2-0 the count. And of course the Braves were the Bees, Boston Bees. Then the Boston Braves and Milwaukee Braves and the Atlanta Braves. Vern Bickford, by the way, was with the old Boston Braves from 48 through 53. Alex Gonzalez at first, 1 out, 4th inning, no score. Chipper Jones. What a tower of strength he has been to the Braves franchise. 2-0. Fastball hit in the air off first, down the line, going foul. 2-1 to count. Chipper Jones' biggest year, 1999. He had 45 home runs and 110 runs batted in. He has batted as high as 364. He's one of the top switch hitters for a single season average in history. His name is up there with the really good ones. And it's a high drive into right center. Kemp going back on the track and makes the catch. Back to first base goes Gonzalez. We have 2 outs, so Chipper just missed hitting that thing out. Single season as a switch hitter, he's right up there with Mickey Mantle. So 2 out. And that'll bring up Dan Uggla the second baseman. Dan hitting .192. 4 home runs, 7 runs batted in. Braves felt that they needed more power. They've gone 4 years without a 30 home run hitter, and they figure Uggla's the guy. And he takes a strike. Of course, Dan hit 33 last year, 31 the year before, 32 the year before that, 31 the year before that. So they figure they have the man. Uggla from Louisville, Kentucky, lives in Tennessee. A pickoff throw got him. As Alex Gonzalez, perhaps thinking about trying to steal a base, is hung out to dry on a good move by Clayton Kershaw. And at the end of 3.5 innings, Braves nothing, Dodgers nothing. Brought to you by Chase. Deposit checks from your smartphone with quick deposit. Take a step forward and chase what matters. And by Universal Studios, the entertainment capital of L.A. No score, bottom of the 4th inning on Throwback Thursday, and for Clayton Kershaw, breezing along in a scoreless battle with Jair Jurgens. Jurgens ready to perk to Loney, Barajas, and Carroll. 0-1. Nancy B. Heffley serenading the crowd with songs from the 40s. A beautiful song. It might as well be spring from the great movie State Fair. And before that, a Johnny Mercer classic. 0-1. 0-2. Mercer, who sang the song himself, accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, and don't mess with Mr. In Between, which is not a bad idea for all of us. 0-2 to Loney, struck out in the first inning. And down he goes again. 4 strikeouts for Jurgens. And time now to think about a little trivia. And here it is. Prior to Chipper Jones in 1999, who was the last Braves player to win the National League MVP? Prior to Jones in 1999. Oh, we'll give you the answer in a little while. Here's Rod Barajas, popped up in the second inning, 0 for 1. Check swing, roll it to third, Chipper's on it, flips it across in time. So it's a bum check. Can't cash it in, and we have 2 down.
Number 14,
That'll bring up Jamie Carroll. Carroll flied to right in the second inning. 0 for 1. We mentioned earlier the Dodgers wore white satin uniforms at home. They were impractical, but they certainly dazzled along with blue satin. I don't really know whatever happened to the blue satin. Maybe Mark Langell will tell me. But I do know what they did with the whites. They were sent to Vero Beach. And in those days, the Dodgers had 26 farm clubs. They also had 150 tryout players who were then called free agents. So they had about 750 players in Vero Beach. However, you could always spot a scout, a coach, a manager, because he was wearing a white satin uniform. But what happened to the Blues? Don't know. Ball one, 1-2. Jair Jurgens had a rough first inning, 36 pitches, but he wound up striking out the side, did not give up a run. So we're scoreless here in the fourth. And a ball hit to center. Coming up to play it on a hop is McLeod. So with 2 out, Carroll a single, and the batter is Clayton Kershaw. Unless you have a Babe Ruth as the pitcher, or maybe a Don Newcomb, Don Drysdale, a few others, if nothing else, with 2 out, if the 8th place hitter gets a hit and the pitcher makes out, you then start the next inning with your leadoff man. So no matter what, it's good to have that 8th place hitter get a base hit. Kershaw singled in the second inning. 1 ball and no strikes. Chipper Jones about even with the bag at third. Gonzalez way over to his left. And the outfield going to left field. Pitch fouled away. So the big gap is right center and straightaway right. They don't expect Kershaw to be able to pull. So Carroll at first, 2 out, 4th inning, no score. 1-1 the count to Clayton. He has a look for a strike. 1-2. You know what's great about the Braves? They are living the past today, not only with the uniform. Little ground ball, fair ball off the glove of Chipper Jones, and the Dodgers have runners at first and second. It was right over the bag. Chipper tried to backhand, and the ball spilled into foul ground. So it's a base hit, and Kershaw is 2 for 2.
Dodgers left fielder Tony Gwynn Jr.
I'm not sure whether Jones just misjudged the hop or thought maybe it was a foul ball, but he couldn't glove it. So the Dodgers 2 on, 2 out, no score, and the batter Tony Gwynn. The reason we're saying about the Braves, they're wearing the 40s uniform, and they are wearing the uniform the way they wore it in the 40s. You see the attractive ring stockings. Ground ball up the middle. There's Gonzalez, picks it up and throws him out. So the Dodgers get a couple of hits with 2 out, but lead them. And at the end of 4, no score. music they're playing here at Dodger Stadium today. You feel like getting up and doing the Lindy. The what? The Lindy. That was a great dance. They're playing In the Mood in the background. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, boys. Dan Uggla, followed by Freddie Freeman and then David Ross. No score, 5th inning. Dodgers kind of spinning their wheels. No runs, 6 hits. Braves, no runs, 1 hit. Kershaw working on Uggla. And a strike. Uggla batting 192. 0-2. Dodgers started off the day by leading 3 in the first inning. So they've had a tough time. No balls, 2 strikes to Uggla, Freeman, then Ross. If anybody gets on, Nate McLeod. Show him a fastball up at 93. Kershaw with a record of 2 wins and 2 losses. And a shot up the middle, but in front of it is Uribe. Picks it up, throws him out. 1 away. That'll bring up Freddie Freeman as Uggla the Owl goes back. The name Uggla in Swedish meaning owl. Freeman flied to center in the second inning. 0 for 1. Ball 1 to Freddie. Hitting .228. 2 home runs, 6 runs batted in. One and one. Kershaw has struck out 4. At one stage, he retired 10 in a row until Gonzalez singled to right, but he picked him off. Almost hit him. 2-1. Dodgers wasted an opportunity with first and second and 1 out. Andre Ethier, actually first and third, and Ethier tried to steal second and was thrown out. And then the batter, Uribe, hit a fly ball to center, which would have scored a run with 1 out, but was just the final out of the inning because of Ethier's adventurous disposition. 2-2. Fastball whacked into right field. Back goes Ethier off the board. Gone. So big Freddie Freeman, the boy from Orange, California, unloads. I just hope that his dad is hanging around the ballpark. He's an accountant. Could be on his lunch hour. I hope so. To see his boy hit one into the seats. So Freddie touching them all and coming in. Of course, he's big enough to hit a bunch of them. Freddie is 6'5" and 220, and he got it. He was up on his toes by the time he had that full swing on the ball. He hit it just above the scoreboard in right field. So he's got a slugger's number 5, and he hits one out to give the Braves a 1-0 lead. For Clayton Kershaw, that would be the 4th home run that he's allowed this year. David Ross up there with a no ball 1 strike count. Curveball bunted. Good bunt. Kershaw slides, picks it up, throws, and got him. Big play by Clayton. Loney at the other end. Big play, especially the thinking behind it. The ball's not going to come up to him, so he went down to get it because that was a wonderful bunt. If it had not been for a catcher, Ross, he probably would have beaten that out. So a home run, then a bunt attempt. Kershaw down, up, and got him. Good bunt, good play. And here's Nate McLouth with 2 out. Ball 1. Braves 1 run, 2 hits. Dodgers no runs, 6 hits. Two and two. Dodgers left 3 in the first inning, left 1 man in the second inning, left 1 man in the third inning, and for good measure 2 men left on in the fourth. So the Dodgers have left 7, the Braves have left 1, and the Braves lead 1-0. Hit foul off third. For Freddie Freeman, another little feather in his cap, because Kershaw might give up home runs, but not many to left-hand batters. That's only the 12th home run hit by a left-handed batter against Kershaw in Clayton's career. 3-1 the count to Nate McLouth. Three and two. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of this 5th inning, Casey Blake, Andre Ethier, and Matt Kemp. And up and in for ball 4. So McLeod draws the walk. Matt Young coming up with 2 out. Young flied to center in the 3rd inning. 0 for 1. Now McLeod, when he was with the Pirates, stole as many as 23 bases. In Indianapolis, he stole 34, so you know, playing center field, he has good running speed. 2 out, and the Dodgers will keep an eye on him. Matt Young is the 8th hitter, with Jurgens, the pitcher, on deck. And Matt makes it a little tough. He's only 5'8", 175. Oh, 1. Matt Young dazzled a lot of people in July of 2008. He was playing for Mississippi in the Southern League, and he broke a 32-year-old record. He recorded hits in 11 consecutive at-bats, reached base 16 straight trips to the plate. Lifts it down the line, and Tony's at the other end of it. However, no way to catch the home run by Freddie Freeman unless you bought a ticket. And at the end of 4.5, 1-0 Atlanta. The fifth inning. Nancy B serenading How Are Things in Glockamora? Well, how are things here at Dodger Stadium? Pretty nice for Freddie Freeman, hitting that home run over the scoreboard in right field. Finian's rainbow, and at the end of the rainbow, a pot of gold, they say. Let's see now with Blake, Ethier, and Kemp. Strike. By the way, a couple of notes on Clayton Kershaw with that pickoff back in the fourth inning of Alex Gonzalez. Oh, and 2. Kershaw has now picked off 18 base runners in his career, having allowed only 19 stolen bases. I mean, he is really tough out there on the mound. Ball 1. Dodgers stopping the Braves cold until Freeman's home run. So Jurgens finds himself leading 1-0. Well, that didn't take long for Blake to bite the dust. He struck out twice, 1 for 3. And the batter will be Andre Ethier, who walked, singled off the glove of Freddie Freeman, and then tried to steal second and was thrown out. Ethier, by the way, tried to steal second without a stolen base this year. And he hits a high fly ball down the right field line. Matt Young coming over, one-hands it. Ethier didn't get enough, and we have 2 down in the fifth inning. And Matt Kemp will be coming up. Another thing about Clayton Kershaw, while we have the moment, opposing base runners have attempted only 36 stolen bases, 17 caught. That's 47%. They like to run on him on a 1-0 count. But the interesting thing, Gonzalez was not running. He was just flat out hung out to dry. So 2 down. Matt Kemp, a very long 0 for 2. Foul ball. Matt with first and third, struck out in the first inning. Flied to right in the third. So he's had a couple of chances to pick up some runs, and it's 1-0 Atlanta. Remember, Jurgens came in here 7 innings, no runs. So he's gone 11 without allowing a run, and he has 2 out in the fifth. Brian Pickering sent us a note talking about the uniform, the blue uniform that the Dodgers are wearing today on Throwback Thursday. 0-2 to Kemp. See you later. So Matt strikes out a second time. Dodgers go quietly. We'll tell you more about the uniform, but at the end of 5, 1-0 Braves. all the way back to 1890. And would you believe, on that day, the Brooklyn Dodgers won their first game ever in the National League, 7-6. And by the way, who did they beat? The Braves. We're having fun at the ballpark. Hope you join us for the next homestand. And let's go back to this one. Here come the Braves, leading 1-0, and the first pitch to Jurgens in for a strike. In the background, that last inning with the Kiss Cam, they played an appropriate old song. It Had to Be You, Isham Jones. Jurgens, Prado, and Gonzalez. That'll do it for Jurgens. Couple of pitches puts him away. So 1 out. That would be 5 strikeouts for Clayton Kershaw. And Martin Prado coming up. Brian Pickering sent us a note about an authentic blue jersey worn by outfielder Augie Gallan back in the 40s. They auctioned off that authentic blue uniform born in the 40s, and it went for $11,000. This ball one to Martin Prado. These are replicas, they're not the originals. Nevertheless, they are keepsakes for sure. 1-1. And I'm so glad that even though the Dodgers changed the uniform for just one day, still they've honored the memory of Duke Snider. There's a little black 4 on the arm. 2-1 to count to Martin Prado. There it is. Actually a white 4 and a black background. 2-1 to count. And a high fly ball into left center. Kemp looks like he can take care of it, and does. 2 away. Okay, let's come up with the answer to the trivia question that had to do with Chipper Jones. Prior to Chipper in 1999, who was the last Braves player to win the National League MVP? Well, if you look closely, he's in the first base coaching box. Sure, Terry Pendleton in 1991. He had 22 home runs, 86 RBIs, hit .319, and had 187 hits. Ball 1 to Alex Gonzalez. Robbed of a hit on the fine running catch by Tony Gwynn. Single to right and was promptly picked off by Kershaw. Popped up. It will be Loney. And that'll be that. When we come back, a little bit more about the blue uniforms. 1-0 Atlanta. cam on it. It occurred in the 5th inning. With 1 out, local boy Freddie Freeman unloaded. Kershaw got the ball up, belt high over the plate, and Freddie was not about to let it get by. So the big guy out of Orange, California, puts the Braves on the board. And we go now to the bottom of the 6th inning. 1-0 Atlanta. And here's Juan Uribe. Popped up, foul ground, coming over to take a look. Ross and Jones, but back in the seats. Kangaroo bounce, and now the scramble and the winner. We were talking about the satin uniforms. We wondered what happened to the blues. We told you they were recycled. They were used by coaches, executives, people like Fresco Thompson, George Sisler. Minor league instructors held on to them for many years into the 50s because they were actually more comfortable than the heavy flannel models they wore in those days. 1-1. On the club level at Dodger Stadium, next time you're out here, there are 2 satin uniform models on display, including the 44 blue satin uniform worn by manager Leo DeRocher, Leo the Lion, Leo the Lip. That's foul back. Ross takes a look. One and two the count. Two balls and 2 strikes. For the Braves, 1 run, 2 hits. Dodgers, no runs, 6 hits. Dodgers finally retired in order for the first time in the 5th inning. They've left 7. Uribe walked in the 1st inning, flied to center in the 3rd. Two and 2. And that's hit to deep left field. Way back and gone to tie up the ball game 1-1. And so Juan Uribe has come alive. 3 hits and 4 RBIs last night and a home run to tie it up today. So Uribe, who hit 24 last year, shows you why and how as he takes Jurgens deep. That's the first run that Jurgens has allowed this year. He had 12 scoreless innings until Juan hits it out. First as a Dodger in a 1-1 tie. Loney, a slicing foul ball down the line. So the Braves 1 run 2 hits. Dodgers 1 run 7 hits. Dodgers have been getting people on base. Can't cash them in against Jurgens. Then the kid from Curacao working on Loney. 0-1. Fouled away. That home run by Uribe was on pitch number 99 from Jurgens. Uribe has been a little more selective of late. He's seen at least 5 pitches, 7 of his last 8 at-bats. And this one, the home run, was a 6-pitch at-bat. Another foul ball. As you know, Uribe was walking up and swinging from the dugout, as they say. But now, a little more selective, and it's starting to pay off. Christian Martinez, the right-hander whom we've seen twice. Left-hander George Sherrill, formerly a Dodger, down there in the pen. 0-2. Loney has struck out twice. James struggling at 176. And a ground ball right at Ugla. Loney grounding out goes 0 for 3. The batter will be Barajas. You know, May 1st, join the Dodgers. They're celebrating the 30th anniversary of the '81 World Series Championship with a retro T-shirt giveaway, compliments of Hyundai. You can also enjoy pregame festivities that will honor players from the '81 team. So for tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions or call 866-DODGERS. Rod Barajas popped up, grounded out, 0 for 2. Big hack, 0-1. A battle of home runs. Freddie Freeman in the 5th inning with 1 out. Juan Uribe in the bottom of the 6th to get the Dodgers even. One and one. Well, the sun is out in force now. Beautiful afternoon in the ballpark. Bouncer by the mound. Ugla behind the bag. Gets him. 2 down. Jurgens just missed backhanding that ball on the mound. Or maybe even messed it up. Either way. But Ugla was there. 2 down. Jamie Carroll coming up. Fly to right, single to center. And ball 1. Interesting what's in the name. I mean, you have Loney, he's James. Then you have Carroll. He could have been James, could have been Jim, could be Jimmy, and he's Jamie. A rose by any other name would sell as sweet. Jamie Carroll doing a great job, hitting .306. 2-0. On the corner, 2-1. And hit to center. McLouth was shallow and makes it pay off. So Carroll goes out, and at the end of 6, a 1-1 tie. He has bought a good fastball and a breaking ball to rack up a bunch of strikeouts. He is also a good man to have on with the bat, because he's gone to left field for a base hit, and then last time up singled off the glove of Chipper Jones. And if that isn't enough on the defense, he made Alex Gonzalez pay. He also made a brilliant play on the bunt And he has had himself quite an afternoon. Clayton Kershaw now going to work. 7th inning in a 1-1 tie. Chipper Jones at the plate. The Braves 1 run, 2 hits. Dodgers 1 run, 7 hits. You know, when Freddie Freeman hit the home run, he was the first Brave to reach second base since Nate McLouth in the 3rd inning of last night's game. They have one other hit. That was Gonzalez, who was picked off, and McLouth, who walked and stayed at first. So Kershaw has contained him. So far so good, but he's now behind 3-0 to Chipper Jones. Jones has hit some long fly balls in this series. 0 for 2. Flied to right, deep to center. On a 3-0 count, could get the green light. And instead, ball 4. For Kershaw, that would be his 2nd walk. He has struck out 5. Dan Uggla has struck out and grounded out coming up. Coming into the inning, Kershaw had made 70 pitches, so the count's up to 74 now. And a strike to Uggla. For Chipper Jones over there at first base, the caution is that the Braves don't run much at all. Chipper had 5 stolen bases last year. 1-1. Back when those legs were a lot younger, Chipper Jones stole 25 bases in 1999. Because remember, he's going to be 39 the end of this month. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hard breaking ball, but low. Ball 2. 2-1 the count. For Clayton, who started this inning having made 70 pitches in 6 innings. His last start, he needed 70 pitches through the 2nd and 3rd innings. 2-1. And a strike. Kershaw with 2 walks, so he's had 2 3-ball counts all day. He's pretty much put the heat on the hitter getting the first pitch for a strike. 2-2. And that takes care of a struggling Dan Uggla, who goes 0 for 3. Uggla had 1 big hit. Last night was 0 for 2, hit into a double play, but he had a 3-run home run in that riotous Friday night when the Braves scored 8. So 1 away. Kershaw now with a half a dozen strikeouts, and the batter is Freddie Freeman, who flied to center and hit the home run. We've told it before, the story on Freddie Freeman. His father is an accountant. His dad would take his lunch at 2 o'clock, and instead of having lunch, Freddie would come out of school and he would pitch to him for about an hour. Then they would both go back to the office, his dad to work and Freddie to do homework. I just hope that after that kind of a sacrifice that his dad was here when Freddie hit the home run. 1-1 tie in the 7th. Chipper short lead. He's seen Alex Gonzalez picked off. 2-0. And a strike. 2-1. Freddie Freeman from El Modena High School. That's in orange. Dad is a partner in an accounting firm in Villa Park. Ball 3. So you figure with his kind of power, he'd be green lighted 3-1. On deck, David Ross. Jones at first, 1 out, not going, and there's ball 4. So suddenly in the 7th inning, Clayton gives up 2 walks, and with 1 out, the batter David Ross. While Barajas talks to Kershaw, remember last time up, Ross laid down a dandy of a bunt, and it took an excellent play by Clayton Kershaw to get him. Meanwhile, Rick Honeycutt going out to the mound. David Ross, the former Dodger. You go back to 2006 with David. He was with the Cincinnati Reds. He had 21 home runs. That'd be 3rd among National League catchers, behind Brian McMahon's 24 and Mike Piazza's 22. Back in 2002, David Ross's first major league home run came as a Dodger in a game they won in Arizona by the score of 19-1. You know who the pitcher was when David Ross hit that home run? Yes, Mark Grace, the first baseman, who eventually and wisely wound up in the broadcasting booth. So 2 on, 1 out, 7th inning, a 1-1 tie. Ross 0 for 2. 0-1. Kershaw, one of his trademarks has been how tough a competitor he is, especially when he's in trouble. Give you some numbers in a moment. 0-1 to Ross. With runners in scoring position and 2 outs, the opposition is hitting 152. With runners in scoring position, period, the opposition is hitting 200. 7th inning or later, they're hitting 170. And when tough games, they're hitting 160. 0-2 to David Ross. Over his head. Nice catch by Rod Barajas, who's an inch taller than Ross. Rod 6'3", David 6'2". Meanwhile, Rick Honeycutt sweating out Kershaw here. 2 walks and a strikeout. 1-2 to David Ross, hitting 250. Time. With the Braves last year, Ross hit 289. Fouled away. So a big battle between Clayton Kershaw and David Ross. Ross, 34 years old, went to the University of Florida. He talks about as a kid playing in the watermelon tournament in Monticello, Florida. For every home run a team hit, they were given a watermelon. Fouled away. David saying that his dad's team was so good, they were eating watermelons all day, and they'd go home with at least 4 or 5 after every game in that tournament. Kershaw now having his longest inning. This will be his 20th pitch. Fouled away. whether it's fatigue or not, the first 21 batters, Clayton had 1 3-ball count. Here in the 7th inning, he's faced 3 batters and he's had 2 3-ball counts. He's walked 3. We have a 1-1 tie. We're in the 7th. Ground ball to short. The feed for 1, the turn for 2. So for Clayton Kershaw, just what the doctor offered. For David Ross, no watermelons, maybe a lemon. No runs, no hits, a man left. We're heading for the bottom of the 7th, and before action.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for God Bless America. Performed today by talented singer from Lake Oswego, Oregon. Please welcome back Taylor Yon.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Now, fans, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Please join Nancy B. as we all say, "Take me out to the ball." Attention, please. Now pitching for the Braves, number 52, George Sherrill.
Shove. We have a 1-1 tie, and Freddie Martinez changes his pitcher and brings in George Sherrill, who was with the Dodgers, you probably remember, last year. George was 2-2, but he struggled a great deal. His earned run average was 6.6. Sherrill out of Nashville, Tennessee, lives in Memphis, originally signed by the Mariners, and his first pitch is low to Kershaw, ball 1. Clayton Kershaw has his first ever 2-hit game. Fastball, and he's now 1-1. He singled to center, and he singled off Chipper Jones' glove. Lifetime, Kershaw hitting .092. Fouled away. The Dodgers starters over the last 5 have been remarkable. One time through the rotation, the starters' earned run average 0.72. And the opposition against the starters hitting 140. Bullpen, especially the back end of it, got lathered the other night, but the Dodgers starters have really emerged now. Little ground ball to short. Gonzalez with a good arm, and they get Kershaw. One away. So Clayton has made 91 pitches through 7, coming off his toughest inning when he walked 2 in the 7th inning. Jerry Sands will now come out of the Dodger dugout, and Sands will bat for Tony Gwynn and then stay in the game. So this is his first appearance in the big leagues as a pinch hitter. And just to remind him, they'll have a little meeting to settle upon how to pitch to him. In fact, more than that, they're going to take Sherrill out, and they will go to Scott Linebrink coming out of the bullpen. So Linebrink comes in, Sherrill goes out, and we'll be back. Coming in to pick up from George Farrell with 1 out in the 7th inning. We saw Scotty in the game that was started by Kuroda, game 2. Linebrink relieved. Brandon Beachy worked the 7th inning, got in trouble, gave up 3 hits and a run, made 19 pitches, and then Johnny Venters came in and bailed him and the Braves out. So for Linebrink, a 2nd-round pick by the Giants back in 1997, and he'll be working on the kid, Jerry Sands. Check swing for a strike, 0-1. Sands hitting 182. Remember, started off with a bang. First major league hit, a double to right, then a scoring fly ball. And in a hole now, 0-2. Young Sands also hit one over the head of Nate McLeod for his other base hit. That was a double to the wall in center. 1-2. That number 19 for the right-hander Scott Linebrink, familiar. He's been wearing that for years. He's been around with the Astros, Padres, White Sox, Brewers. Two balls and 2 strikes. Fouled away. 47, the number that Sands wears, is a number that was retired by the Braves in honor of Tommy Glavine. Braves over the years have retired 8 numbers. Number 3 for Dale Murphy. Number 6 for Bobby Cox. Warren Spahn wore 21. Greg Maddox wore 31. The knuckleballer Phil Niekro 35. The great left-hand hitting third baseman Eddie Matthews wore 41. And I would think almost everybody knows that number 44 belonged to Henry Aaron. So 2-2 to Jerry Sands. 1 out, 7th inning, a 1-1 tie. Down he goes. So the wisdom of Line Brink against the youth of Sands, and it's Line Brink the winner.
Third baseman, number 23.
So that'll bring up Casey Blake. The Dodgers have only one thing to contend with. Jerry Sands is a bright prospect. He has a very good head on his shoulder. And the one thing they have to make sure is that he doesn't get discouraged. I mean, he's raw. He doesn't really have that much experience. They brought him up, but he's going to go through this. Somebody will have to remind him that Willie Mays went something like 0 for 23 before he got a base hit. But it's tough what happens to a youngster between his ears when he comes up to the big leagues. 1-1. And that's smoked by Blake into left center field and gone. Casey Blake breaks the tie, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. So Casey Blake really got a lot of that. Clearing the wall by the staircase. Line Brink furious at his bad luck, and the Dodgers have a 2-1 lead, and Casey gets 5s in the dugout. And the batter now, Andre Ethier, who walked, singled off the glove of Freeman and flied to right. So it's been a battle of home runs. We've had 3 of them, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. 1-1 to Andre. For Line Brink, coming out of the pen, that would be the 2nd home run he's allowed this year. 1-1. 1-2. Line Brink with 2-seam fastball. Then he has a slider. He has a splitter and a changeup. 2-2. So Clayton Kershaw now has an edge. He was down 1-0. Uribe tied at 1-1. Now Blake gives him a 2-1 lead. 2-2 the count. Andre Ethier with his 18-game hitting streak fouled away. The longest Dodger hitting streak, Willie Davis in Los Angeles had a 31-game streak. Zach Wheat back in Brooklyn, 29. Those are the top 2. The Braves had a 31-game hitting streak by Rico Carty. That was 40 years ago. High fly ball to right field, but it's playable. Matt Young is there. So just a long, loud out on the heels of Blake's home run. And we have 7 innings in the book. Dodgers 2, Braves 1. up. The big difference, Jurgens had a 36-pitch first inning, so that gives him that 20 extra pitches that Clayton Kershaw has not made. The difference, of course, Jurgens has gone with Sherrill and Linebrink, and Clayton Kershaw leading 2-1, ready to go to work in the 8th inning against late McLeod. McLeod struck out and walked 0 for 1. Ground ball backhanded by Loney for the out. Nice play by James. One away. Matt Young, the right fielder, coming up. Brooks Conrad, who has appeared a couple of times as a pinch hitter, out on deck. And ball one. One ball and no strikes to Matt, hitting a $1.25 and lifting one to left field. Sands is right there, replacing Tony Gwynn. And we have 2 down here in the top of the 8th inning. The batter due up, Scott Linebrink, and Brooks Conrad will come up and hit. The Braves have turned things a little bit around going to the bench. They were 0 for 25 and then got well in that wild 9th inning. Conrad had appeared and had a single. Eric Hinsky appeared and had a home run. So they're now 2 for 28. Strike. No balls and 1 strike. Brooks Conrad hitting 125. So Freddie sends him up there, the boy from San Diego. Brooks went to school at Arizona State. Originally 8th round pick by the Astros, finally came up to the A's and then moved over to the Braves. 1-1. Strike. 1-2. Brooks growing up in San Diego, as you can well understand, even though he played a lot of soccer, he was a big Tony Gwynn fan, had Tony Gwynn posters on the walls in his room. 1-2. Brooks is 5'11", about 190, 30 years old. 5 years ago, he led all of minor league baseball in extra base hits. He had 79 of them. He had a major league grand slam as a pinch hitter last year, but bites the dust. Strikeout number 7 for Clayton Kershaw, and we're heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. 2-1 Dodgers. take a quick look at the offense today. In the 5th inning, Freddie Freeman, home run over the scoreboard, 1-0 Atlanta. 6th inning, Juan Uribe, a line drive home run into the pavilion that made it 1-1. And then in the 7th inning, Casey Blake got one up and out of here to give the Dodgers the 2-1 lead. The Braves will now use their 4th pitcher. It will be Eric O'Flaherty to go up against Juan Uribe. And the one big difference with Uribe the last 2 games, he's taken some pitches. He's gotten a little bit deeper into the count. He hasn't been swinging coming out of the dugout. He had 3 hits and 4 RBIs last night and a walk and a home run today. 1 ball and no strikes. Ball 2. Eric O'Flaherty. God bless the mark. From Walla Walla, Washington. And ball 3. Eric was originally drafted by the Mariners. 6'2", 195, 26 years old. His dad delivered the mail, his mom a nurse, and he's trying to deliver the mail baseball wise for Atlanta. Matt Kemp, it's been a dead letter off. His 0 for 3, struck out twice. 3-2. Two to 1 Dodgers, bottom of the 8th. And there's ball 4. So Kemp reaches on a walk, and the batter will be Uribe.
Second baseman, number 5, Juan Uribe.
For the Dodgers, that's only the 3rd walk that they've received. And remember, they received their first 2 walks in the 1st inning. Uribe coming off a big game last night. 3 hits, 4 runs batted in, a walk and a home run today, moving the average up a bit to 227. Checked up. Ball 1. David Ross hollering something out, but not going all the way to the mound. Matt taking his lead against the left-hander. Foul back. O'Flaherty got off to the best start of any Mariners pitcher in history. He became the first Seattle hurler to begin his major league career with 6 consecutive victories. Not Mark Langston, not Randy Johnson, Jamie Moyer, Freddie Garcia. None of them ever did that. Another foul ball. Eric got the 6 wins in relief coming out of the bullpen. Braves claimed O'Flaherty off waivers from the Mariners. 0-2. Down and dirty, and Uribe strikes out. First base occupied, no need to throw. So a walk followed by a strikeout. You know, for every weekday afternoon game this year, the Dodgers offer half-price food and soft drinks. Plus, get to watch the Dodgers in throwback Brooklyn-era uniforms. The next half-price day will be Wednesday, May 4th, 12:10, with the Chicago Cubs. To secure your tickets, call 866-DODGERS or visit Dodgers.com/throwback. Here's Loney. 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. 0-1. O'Flaherty last year, 44 innings, 36 strikeouts. Keep an eye on Kemp. For Eric, he now has 7 strikeouts in 8 1/3 innings. And that's smoked right at second base. So we have 2 down and the batter Rod Barajas, and it's still Dodgers leading 2-1. Barajas popped to first, grounded to third, grounded to second, 0 for 3. When the Braves come up in the 9th inning, don't go wandering off. They will have Martin Prado, Alex Gonzalez, and Chipper Jones. So for Kershaw, who has made 99 pitches, the battle is not quite over. Now with 2 out, O'Flaherty is really conscious of Matt Kemp at first base. Your first thought is, well, it's pretty tough to steal on a left-hander because he's looking right at you. The other thought is, because he's looking at you, you have a pretty good look at his move. Take your pick. You certainly want to see his best move without being picked off. And that's hit to the gap, but coming over easily is Prado, and that'll be that. No runs, no hits, a walk, a man left, and here we go. 9th inning coming up. Dodgers 2, Braves 1. Ninth inning, 2-1 in favor of the Dodgers on a lovely Thursday afternoon. 30,000 people took advantage of the prospects of a good ball game. 30,711. And here goes Kershaw trying to give the Dodgers back-to-back complete games, and a strike to Martin Prado. John Garland went the distance last night. The last time the Dodgers had back-to-back complete, 1998. Carlos Perez and Chan Ho Park. A fly ball. Matt Kemp is there. So Prado goes 0 for 4 on a minimum number of pitches, 1 out. One thing about Clayton Kershaw, it's a bit unusual. Usually he has to labor to get his outs. He's had 13 outs of at-bats of 3 pitches or less. And he has 1 out in the 9th inning. So the Braves have not been hanging around up there. And he's made exactly 100 pitches, then 101, and that's it. Here's Gonzalez, robbed of a hit by Tony Gwynn. Tony had a good jump on a well-hit ball in the first inning. Gonzalez a clean single to right in the 4th, and Kershaw picked him off. Last time up, he popped up to Loney. So 2-1 Dodgers, 9th inning, trying to take 3 out of 4 from the Braves, balance their books to the 500 mark, 10-10, and then go to Chicago. Right. 2-1. Kershaw has struck out 7. Walked 3. Given up 2 hits, 1 run. Light breeze blowing out to right field. That's lifted. That's Uribe fighting the sun. Fighting, and wins. So Gonzalez pops it up, and Kershaw now 1 hitter left between a complete game and to join John Garland. Now a lot of the folks standing up. A well-mannered, happy afternoon here at Dodger Stadium, and the wonderful Chipper Jones checking in. Jones flied to right, flied to center, walked 0 for 2. Line drive, base hit into left field. The Chipper keeps the Braves alive. We'll see if they put a runner in for him or not. At 39, get a base hit in this spot, and you expect a runner. And sure enough, here he comes. And the runner looks like Jason Hayward. The Chipper, a 2-out single. Hayward 0 for 13 in the series, so they sat him down today. And he'll now run for Chipper Jones. And the batter is Dan Uggla. Uggla 0 for 3, struck out twice and grounded out. Fastball low. Hayward 1 for 1 in stolen bases this year, representing the tying run. Uggla hitting 187 with 4 home runs, 7 runs batted in. Pop foul out of play. Hayward over there at first base is not a speed merchant. You look back in the Sally League, he had 15 stolen bases. In the big leagues last year, Jason stole 11. 1-1 to Dan Uggla. And in there, and this crowd roars approval. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Dan Uggla. 2 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers, 1 run, 3 hits for the Braves. All the runs on home runs by Freeman, Uribe, and Blake. Two and two. Clayton with 110 pitches, working on Uggla. The left-hander Freddie Freeman, who's had a couple of good swings at him, is on deck. Hayward, very short lead at first. He saw Alex Gonzalez get picked off. 2-2. Ball 3. So a slight edge for the Braves, in the sense that Hayward will be going on a 3-2 pitch, but of course he has to be careful. He can't just go with the move by Kershaw. On deck, the left hand hitting Freddie Freeman. Hayward a very short lead at first. He's going carefully, and it's foul back out of play. Kershaw has now made 112 pitches. 112. He made 111 pitches in his last game and 117 the game before that. 3-2. Hayward again, very short lead. Goes late, and the ball is hit into left center, base hit. Sands up with it. Hayward's going to third. The throw. He's in there. Down to second. Ugla, they do not get him. Don Mattingly will come out and argue, but second base umpire Scott Barry was there to call it. And the Braves, with 2 out, have the tying run at third and a go-ahead run at second. That close. The tag on the forearm and the hand on the bag. Well, from where Casey stands, they thought they had him, but it was Scott Barry to make the call. So Ugla, a single to left, sending Hayward to third, and then Ugla goes to second on the throw. So second and third, what a way to finish if indeed we finish. Tying run 90 feet away. Freddie Freeman flied deep to center, homered to right, and walked. So the boy from Orange, the local boy who went to El Modena High School, comes up to decide the issue, maybe, with first base open. You have David Ross on deck, and a lot of people eligible to still come in, including, among others, Brian McCann. Freeman 1 for 2 today, 0 for 3 last night. Had a home run in the 7th inning of Kuroda's game. One ball and one strike. Kershaw now 115 pitches. Down in the bullpen, Jonathan Broxton. Clayton trying to win his third. One ball, one strike. And that's low, smothered by Barajas. 2-1. Final game of a 4-game series with the Braves. Final game of an 8-game homestand. Dodgers heading for Chicago as soon as the game is over. Hayward and Ugla out there, and the 2-1 pitch to Freeman. Ball 3. Three and 1 the count. Light breeze blowing out to right field. Strike 2, inside corner, breaking ball. Second and third, 2 out, 3-2 the count. 9th inning, 2-1 Dodgers, and this crowd loving every pitch. And it's ball 4 to load him up. Tried to get the curveball over and missed. And now let's see. Honeycutt and Mattingly. A lot of pitches, 119, I believe, and that'll be enough. And so with the bases loaded, 2 out in the 9th inning, it'll be Jonathan Broxton coming in, a downcast Clayton Kershaw on the mound. Kershaw will get an ovation from this crowd. Admired the fact that for 8 innings, he had made only 99 pitches. Mattingly talking to him, and wait a minute. He hadn't taken the ball, and he is leading him in, and listen to the crowd. Well, that is a 1 in a million. You could have bet the house, I guess, in the past anyway, that you would have seen Jonathan Broxton. But you are going to see Kershaw, and he will face the former Dodger David Ross. Ross was 1 for 4 in the past. Today he is 0 for 3. So he's 1 for 7 in his career against Kershaw. So Freeman, Ugla, and Hayward out there. 2-1 Dodgers in the ninth. 0-1. He has now hit 120 pitches. By the way, Brian McCann has never faced Kershaw. So Hayward at third, Ugla at second, Freeman at first. Little foul down the line, should go back into the stands. So Kershaw immediately asserts himself with an 0-2 count. David Ross struck out, laid down a good bunt, and Kershaw made an even better play. And then Ross grounded into a double play in the 7th inning. 0-2. Fastball hit into left field. In comes a tying run. Here comes a go-ahead run. And the Braves have taken the lead 3-2 as David Ross singles to left. And for the Dodgers, they second-guessed themselves, I'm sure. Broxton was ready in the bullpen. Kershaw assured the manager he had enough left. And David Ross a clutch single to drive in 2. Boy, did that change the atmosphere here in the ballpark. And now the batter is Nate McLouth, with Freeman at second and Ross at first. And now here comes Don Mattingly to make a change. We'll see if it's the only change. The Dodgers with all the air let out of the balloon as they gather on the mound. And you can just imagine what that does and did to the mental frame of Jonathan Broxton. So there was a lot on the line when Don Mattingly opted to stay with Kershaw, whom I'm sure assured him that he had enough gas in the tank. But with the high price of gas, it cost Mattingly maybe the game, and Kershaw comes out getting a round of applause. But it's not sweet music for Clayton, had it been with 3 outs in the inning. So he goes out losing 3-2, and we'll be back. The Dodger dugout, 2 out and a no-ball 2-strike count on David Ross, and Ross gets a base hit to not only drive in the tying run but give the Braves the go-ahead run, with Jonathan Broxton now facing Nate McLouth with 2 on and still 2 out. 0-1. McLouth struck out, walked, grounded out. That was a good play by Loney in the 8th inning. Dodgers rearranged the infield. Uribe's at third, Miles at second, Casey Blake is now at first. No balls and 1 strike. Why did they hesitate about bringing in Broxton? I'm sure 2 reasons. Number 1, Clayton Kershaw obviously wanted to finish the game. He assured his manager that he had a left yet, and you had David Ross, not really that big a threat at the plate. The other is, if they had brought in Broxton to pitch to Ross, you would have bet Freddie Gonzalez would have sent up Brian McCann, who was ready to get the call. And McCann is hitting .349. So they opted to stay with the tiring left-hander, and it just didn't work out. McCann 2 for 6 in the past, so that would be a .333 batting average against Broxton. So Freeman is at second, Ross at first, 2 out, 3-2 Braves in the 9th. 1-2 to McLeod. 2-2. How about Broxton and McLeod? McLeod is 0 for 2 against him. Big John didn't have to work in the Garland game. He didn't work in the Kuroda game, and he pitched the 9th inning in the Lilly game, gave up a run. 2-2. So the deuce is really in evidence now. Ball 3. So with a full count and 2 out, the runners will be going. Freeman from second, Ross from first, and waiting on deck, the left-hand hitting right fielder, Matt Young. Three and two. Big pitch for Broxton. Runners go, and it's hit down the right field line, foul. For the Braves, Prado flied out, Gonzalez popped up. Though all the action comes with 2 out. When Jones singled, Haywood ran for him. Ugla singled, sending Haywood to third, and on a close play at second, Ugla just did get in there. Then Freeman walked, and then David Ross on an 0-2 pitch, a single to left to drive in the tying and go-ahead runs. McLeod waiting, 3-2, runners off to the races again. There they go, and down goes McLeod. So Broxton gets the K, but not before the Braves get the lead, and we're heading to the bottom of the 9th, 3-2 Atlanta. Kimbrel coming in. The Braves send Jason Hayward in right field to take over for Matt Young. Hayward having run for Chipper Jones. And over at third base, they move in Martin Prado. So Craig Kimbrel getting ready to see if he can hold on to the lead. Matt Young, who was in right field, moves over to left. Brian McCann has taken over behind the plate. And Kimbrel ready to go to work. For the Dodgers, Jamie Carroll will start it off. Jamie 1 for 3. Kimbrel in a crouch as he looks in to get a sign. Carroll hitting .302 and ball 1. Craig Kimbrel out of Huntsville, Alabama, 5'11", 205-pounder. Went to Wallace State Community College. That's ball 2. Kimbrel, the oldest of 3 boys. They say by the time he was 3 years old, he was throwing the ball over the house. By 5, they were calling him Mr. Baseball, and by 8, the family couldn't catch him. And he's behind 3-0 to Jamie Carroll. Aaron Miles, hitting in the 9th spot, is on deck. 3-0. And ball 4. So Kimbrel, making his first appearance in the series, walks the first man. So Freddie Gonzalez down ever since the home run by Uribe, now enjoying the lead in the 9th inning with Carroll at first. Aaron Miles coming up. Braves look bunt. Miles shows bunt, ball 1. Though Tim Wallach hanging out a sign to see if the bunt is still on. Carroll at first, 3-2 Braves, bottom of the 9th. Craig Kimbrel, his heritage, Delaware and Cherokee Indians. And he's behind now 2-0. He's missed on 6 pitches. Take a look at what he has done early in the year. Kimbrel has been in 6 games, 6 innings, had walked only 1. And in 6 innings, he had struck out 10. But here he is walking Carroll and behind 2-0. And ball 3. On deck, Jerry Sands, who appeared as the pinch hitter for Gwynn in the 7th and stayed in the game. Three balls and no strikes. In there, 3-1. Miles again looking at Wallach. He's shown bunt a couple of times. Count's gone from 2-0 to 3-1. And he bunts and fouls it, 3-2. Tell you what kind of a guy Kimbrel is. When he graduated from high school, he was working a construction job 2 weeks before he was supposed to go to college. And he dropped sheetrock on his left foot, broke several bones, including those in 4 of his toes. He arrived at fall practice on crutches, so he kneeled and started throwing with the manager catching the ball. Runner goes, and it's foul back on a full swing. So Carroll back to first. Dodgers played run and hit, taking the bunt off. 3-2 the count. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Braves. 2 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers. There goes the runner, and it's popped in the air, foul. Coming over is Prado right in front of the Dodger dugout. And just like that, one away. So Miles, unable to bunt, pops it up foul, one down. Now the batter is the rookie, Jerry Sands. Jerry appeared as a hitter for Gwynn and struck out against Scott Linebrink. In the dirt, squirts away, and down to second base goes Carroll. So the Dodgers get a big break there as the pitch got away. In the dirt, McCann trying to short hop it, couldn't do it, and it'll be a wild pitch to put the tying run in scoring position. For Kimbrel, that would be his first wild pitch. So Sands up there hitting back of him, Casey Blake. One out. And that's low. So Kimbrel really fighting his control. He walked Carroll on 4, went 2-0 to Miles, then 3-1, and finally got him. And now he's 2-0 to Sands. Two and one. Sands hitting 167. Of course, Sands is young, but so is Kimbrel. Kimbrel will be 23 in May. 2-2. So a couple of young players battling it out. Kimbrel with 1 year under his belt last year. His earned run average last year in 20 innings, 0.4. 2-2 to Sands. And down he goes. So Sands with 2 at-bats strikes out twice. Dodgers now have Casey Blake coming up. Casey struck out, single to right, struck out in the 5th, homered in the 7th. At the time, his home run looked like the money. It gave the Dodgers the 2-1 lead, only to see that get away in the 9th inning. Strike. Craig Kimbrel, Kimbrel. Now he has Blake in a hole, 0-2. Kimbrel has a 4-seamer that's been clocked as high as 98. The 2-seamer as high as 94. He has a slider, although he calls it a curve. And he has a changeup that he's been throwing hard. 0-2 to Blake. Ground ball to the hole. Base hit to left field. Here comes Carroll to score. The throw gets away from McCann. Blake holds it first, and the game is tied. For Casey Blake, his 3rd hit, 2 singles and a home run. Jamie Carroll coming home. Strong throw by Matt Young. The plate blocked by McCann, but the ball got away. Very close, that close, as McCann tried desperately to block Carroll. So Jamie gets in. And we're even 3-3, and Casey Blake, remember, just like David Ross, hit an 0-2 pitch. So here now is Andre Ethier. Ball 1. Boy, how many times in the old days did we hear of pitchers being fined when they gave up a base hit, no balls and 2 strikes. 1-0 the count to Andre Ethier. Off the plate. 2-0. So Kershaw, Broxton, all tied up. Jurgens, Sherrill, Linebrook, O'Flaherty, and Kimbrel all tied up. If the Dodgers go into extra innings, that will present somewhat of a problem. The Braves leave here to go to San Francisco, but the Dodgers lose 2 hours, go to Chicago, and play a day game. And ball 3. So Ethier up there 3-0 with Matt Kemp on deck. Both Ethier and Kemp 0 for 1 in the past against Kimbrel. 3 runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Braves. 3-0 to Ethier. A look for a strike. Matt Kemp waiting on deck. Blake at first. A strike. Well, the way this game has been played, it figures to go down to the last strike. It looked that way. 0-2 with 2 out in the 9th for Atlanta. And they battle back thanks to David Ross. It looked bad. 0-2 to Blake with 2 out. He got the base hit to drive in Carroll to tie it up. So 3-2, Blake goes, and it's foul back. So Casey carrying the winning run at first. Crowd of 30,711. Got a beautiful day and a wildly exciting ball game. Blake goes. Ground ball up the middle, backhanded at second base by Uggla, and that's the out. So we are going to extra innings as Ethier grounds out up the middle. Dodgers get the tying run on a walk, a wild pitch, and a base hit. And we're heading for the 10th, 3-3. Inning, the game was 1-0 Braves, then 1-1, 2-1 Dodgers, and with 2 out, a couple on, and an 0-2 count to David Ross. The catcher singled to not only tie up the game but give the Dodgers a 3-2 minus. And then Casey Blake 0-2. Got a base hit to drive in the tying run to make it 3-3. And here we go in the 10th with Matt Young. Young started in right, finishing in left, and ball 1. Jonathan Broxton has not faced Matt Young. Matt made a good throw to the plate. Almost got Carroll. 1-0. And ball 2. Brian McCann, who tried to block the plate, tried to keep Carroll from scoring, bats 9th in the lineup. Two and 0. Strike. 2-1 to Matt. At 5'8" doesn't really give you that much of a strike zone. Broxton's ERA 6. 7 previous innings, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Little ground ball to first. Blake is there and on the bag. 1 away. So Brian McCann had the day off until we got to the 9th inning. Brian McCann hitting .349, 2 home runs, 10 runs batted in. McCann is 2 for 6 against Broxton. In the series, in the 9th inning of the Ted Lilly game, McCann led off with a single to right field against Broxton. Dodgers offense has now come up with a strange defense, in the sense that the second baseman, Miles, is way out in shallow right field. Oh and 1. In the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dodger infield with Blake, Miles, Carroll, and Uribe. Uribe all alone on the left side, and Miles in shallow right field. 1 and 1. One and 2 to Brian McCann. McCann had 21 home runs last year for the Braves. An all-star, tremendous talent. One and 2 to Brian. Going after a high fastball, and down he goes. So Broxton picks up his second strikeout. And with 2 out in the 10th, Martin Prado spent most of the game in left field, finishing up at third base for Chipper Jones. Prado is 0 for 4, struck out, and 3 fly balls against Clayton Kershaw. .3-3 in the 10th, 2 out, bases empty. Ball 1. Kemp shading him just a tad towards right center, so the gap is in left center field. Miles playing way over, still about 5-6 feet at least out on the grass. Uribe guarding the line at third. 2-0. For Broxton, appearing in his 9th game. 9 of the 20. 2 balls, no strikes. Fouled away, 2-1. Freddie Freeman homered in the 5th inning to give the Braves a 1-0 lead. Juan Uribe homered in the 6th to tie it up 1-1. Casey Blake homered in the 7th to give the Dodgers a 2-1 lead, and the Braves, with 2 out, scrambled to take a 3-2 lead in the 9th inning. Dodgers came back to tie it up, and here we are in the 10th. Another foul ball out of play. With 2 out in the 9th. Chipper Jones, a base hit to left field. Jason Hayward ran for him. Dan Ugla singled Hayward to third and took second on a close play at second on the throwback. Freeman walked to load the bases, and on a no-ball 2-strike count, David Ross, the former Dodger and Red, singled to drive in the tying and go-ahead run. All that against Kershaw. Clayton, by the way, a high of pitching. He made 122 pitches before giving way to Broxton, who came in and struck out Nate McLeod. Blake had an 0-2 count when he singled in Carroll. 3-3, 10th inning. Popped up, back of the plate. Barajas coming back at the base of the screen. Lost the ball, I think, in the sun, and it hit him high up on the chest protector. Well, you don't see that very often. Watch. Pulls the glove out. Eyes are squinting. Yeah, he lost it. Hit him right on the shoulder. So the count remains 3-2 to Martin Prado. So given a second life on the foul ball lost by the catcher in the sun. 3-2. Fouled away. Martin Prado with the Braves last year, 15 home runs. That would be his big league high. He's from Venezuela. Prado 0 for 4 in the past, has struck out all 4 times against Broxton. Swung on, just did get a piece of it. Still 3-2. Martin, 27, he'll be 28 in October. Been up and down with the Braves starting in 06. Broxton has made 23 pitches so far. Made 7 to finish off the 9th inning. And almost hit him on the knuckles. So Prado draws the walk, and that will bring up the shortstop, Alex Gonzalez, who is 1 for 4. Gonzalez hit the ball very hard in the first inning. Tony Gwynn made a fine running catch. Then he went the other way to single to right in the 4th inning. Since then, popped up to first, popped up to second, and after his base hit way back in the 4th inning, Kershaw picked him off. Alex 1 for 4 as he checks in, hitting .235. Prado at first base stole 5 bases last year. You'd have to go all the way back to his first year in professional ball, where he stole 14. So he is not a base stealer on a ball club that doesn't steal bases. One ball and no strikes to Alex Gonzalez. Gonzalez checking with Brian Snitzer. Alex, 34, from Venezuela, has his Prado at first base. And ball 2. So it would appear Broxton trying to kind of freeze Prado at first base. Prado is not much of a base stealer. He is 1 for 1 this year. So we have 2 out, 10th inning, 3-3 tie. After Gonzalez is Jason Hayward, who got into the game as a pinch runner and who is 0 for 13 in the series. Dodgers are moving around in the bullpen. There's not been a ball thrown yet, but they are moving around. And Matt Guerrier is getting up. 2-0. There's Guerrier loosening up back of Broxton. 2 balls and no strikes to Alex Gonzalez. And a strike. 2-1. Broxton very deliberate, very slow, conscious very much of the runner at first. And of course, on a 2-1 count, you think hit and run. And Gonzalez checked with Brian Snitzer. We'll keep an eye on Prado. Got a pretty fair lead over there. Not going. Ground ball to short. And they get the force play. So the Braves come up empty in the 10th. And at the end of 9.5 innings, a 3-3 tie. And trying to make it a final inning is Matt Kemp. On Sunday, you may remember, he got that fastball on a 3-2 pitch and cleared it over the center field wall against Ryan Franklin. And of course, the Dodgers euphoric on that big swing. So Matt Kemp will be leading off in the 10th inning, having struck out twice, flied to right, and walked. Craig Kimbrell, who's been behind on a lot of hitters. Last year in 20 innings struck out 40, but he also walked 16. When he pitched the 9th inning, he made 26 pitches, gave up that walk, and gave up an 0-2 base hit. So Matt in and out of the box. And here we go, bottom of the 10th. and a strike. For the Braves, this is their first extra inning game of the year. For the Dodgers, they had one. 0-2. Dodgers had the extra inning game in San Diego, but delayed, and it eventually went 11. Kemp, Uribe, and Loney. Only Loney came out when, remember, Blake took over at first base. Got him. So for Matt Kemp, he rides the elevator to the basement after the euphoria of Sunday, and he strikes out 3 times.
Third baseman number 5, Juan Uribe.
2 strikeouts for Kimbrel, and here's Juan Uribe. Uribe walked, flied to center, homered, and struck out. Marcus Thames coming out of the Dodger dugout. Ball 1. Remember, Broxton, with all the maneuvering, came in to hit in Loney's spot, so Thames will bat for him. 2-0. Three in the 10th. Foul back. Fastball alley upstairs, second level, and somebody made a very nice catch with his hat. Uribe 1 for 3 today. 2-1 the count. Boy, what a swing. You'd think the laces on the shoes would break. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kimbrel, once in a while you'll see a relief pitcher do it. Gets in a crouch. Brian McCann kind of hiding the signs. Got him. Inside corner. Uribe can't believe it, but he's done. So Kimbrel now has struck out 3. And the batter is Marcus Thames coming up. Thames hitting for Broxton. And Matt Guerrier down in the bullpen. So Marcus Thames trying to do something with 2 out in the 10th inning. Of course, 2 out doesn't mean anything in this game. The Braves were 2 out in the 9th inning and battled back to take the lead. The Dodgers were 2 out when they came up with the tying run in the bottom of the 9th. 1 ball and no strikes. Hit down the right field line, slicing, and lands foul. Jason Hayward retrieves. Marcus Thames back up. If indeed we have the 11th inning, it will be Hayward, Ugla, and Freeman. One and 1. 1-2. Thames with a home run. It was as a pinch hitter in San Francisco. Quiet fella from Mississippi hitting .238. And down he goes. So all Kimbrel does now that he's starting to throw a lot of strikes is strike out the side. And at the end of 10, a 3-3 tie. with 2 out in the 9th inning. There was a base hit to left field, followed by another hit and a walk. The throw to third base was not in time, and Ugla then got into second base barely. So they had runners at second and third with 2 out. After Freeman walked, Ross an 0-2 base hit, and the Braves led 3-2. The Dodgers undaunted. Jamie Carroll walked. He was wild pitched to second, and with 2 out, 0-2 to Casey Blake. He singled to left. Carroll just did fight his way through Brian McCann, but the ball squirted away. So all that took place in regulation. Now our second inning of overtime, and Matt Guerrier will pick up. He'll face Jason Hayward, Dan Ugla, Freddie Freeman. Now Hayward is 0 for 13 in the series, hitting .190 with 4 home runs, 7 runs batted in. So you can imagine how hungry he is. Ball 1. Jason Hayward, 6'4", 220. He'll be 22 in August. Off speed for a strike, 1-1. Last year, his on-base percentage was 4th in the league, behind Albert Pujols, Joey Votto, and Prince Fielder. Pops it up, coming over in foul ground, Uribe, and so Hayward now is 0 for 14 in the series. A fine young hitter, but not during this series. 1 out in the 11th. The batter now, Dan Ugla, struck out twice, grounded out, and then had a key base hit to extend the 9th inning, and then just did get into second base on that close play, and eventually scoring the go-ahead run. Ugla, a power hitter, and this time lifts it on the infield. Blake coming to the mound, but it's going to be Jamie Carroll. So 2 out, but 2 out hasn't meant anything. And the batter, Freddie Freeman. Freeman flied to center, homered, walked twice. His home run in the 5th inning against Clayton Kershaw. Freddie hitting .241, 3 home runs, 7 runs batted in. Check. No swing. Ball 1. Eric Hinsky comes out on deck. He'll be a pinch hitter if Freeman gets aboard. In there. 1-1. So we'll have someone, as Guerrier backed up Broxton, there'll be somebody down in the Braves pen to back up Kimbrel, and it's Christian Martinez. Off speed, 2-1. Two and 1 to Freeman, and that's going to be banged into left field for a base hit. Over to cut it off is Jerry Sands. So a 2-out single by Freeman, and he's had 2 walks, a single, and a home run. The only time they got him was a fly ball to center. And now here's Hinsky coming up. Eric Hinsky hitting .278 with a home run and 4 runs batted in. In that wild 9th inning the other night, when the Braves scored 8, he had a pinch hit home run. Little ground ball to the hole on the grass, off the glove of a scrambling Miles. By the time he picks it up, Freeman goes all the way to third. So Hinsky finds the hole for a base hit, And sure enough, here comes more trouble for either team with 2 out. So Hinsky, a clutch single. Now the batter is Nate McLeod. McLeod today struck out twice, walked, grounded out, though he's not hit the ball out of the infield. Nate hitting .258, 4 RBIs, trying to get Big Freeman home from third, extend the inning, and get a lead. In the dirt, blocked by Barajas. 1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers with Kershaw, Broxton, and Guerrier. Freeman and Hinsky running the bases for the Braves with 2 out in the 11th. One ball and no strikes. Off speed for a strike. Nate McLeod. He'll be 30 in October. Originally signed by the Pirates. Had a huge year. 1 year with Pittsburgh, hit 26 home runs. But he's not basically that kind of a hitter. Right. 1-2. Barajas out to holler something out to Guerrier. Freddie Freeman at third, a go-ahead run. Hinsky at first, 2 out. 1-2 to Nate McLeod. Big slow breaking ball off the plate. 2-2. Got him. So McLeod strikes out for the 3rd time. The Braves leave runners at first and third. Nice job by Guerrier to get out of it. And we're heading to the bottom of the 11th, 3-3. We have seen Christian Martinez a couple of times in this series, and he will be facing first off Rod Barajas. Barajas so far today, 3 ground balls and a fly ball. Christian, with the different spelling of the first name, it seems like the H is in the wrong spot. He's from the Dominican Republic. Picked up his first Major League victory 2 years ago and then was immediately optioned out to Double-A. And he was picked up by the Braves off the Marlins. Basically fastball, slider, and change. He had the Tommy John surgery in 2004. And a strike to Barajas. Rod slipped under 200, batting 190. Ball 2. Martinez pitched the 4th inning last night. He pitched briefly the night before. So this is the 3rd time that we've seen him in the 4 games. 6'1", listed at 160. A lot of cloth out there. 1 ball and 2 strikes in those old 40s uniforms. But they're not the old flannel. The flannel wore you out just putting it on. 1-2. Slicing fly ball down the right field line. Hayward coming over, but no play. Still 1-2. The Braves are heading for San Francisco. The Dodgers are heading for Chicago for 3-day games and then on to Florida. The next homestand will feature San Diego and Chicago. One and 2 to Rod. Look out, he gets hit, and the Dodgers have a winning run now at first base. Dodgers were fortunate in the 9th inning on a wild pitch. And we'll have a runner coming in. A.J. Ellis or Evandy Jesus, and it'll be Evandy Jesus running for Barajas.
Pinch running, number 13, Evandy Jesus. How about in shortstop, number 14, Jamie Carroll.
So the Dodgers with the possible winning run at first. Jamie Carroll the batter. Jamie flied to right, single to center, flied to center and walked. Shows bunt, gets it down, picked up by Freeman, and the play is to his second baseman Ugla covering, and the winning run is now at second base. Now the batter will be Aaron Miles, who was asked to bunt in the 9th inning, couldn't do it, swung away and fouled out. Aaron 0 for 1, hitting .222, and then on deck, Jerry Sands. Miles hitting .222. A strike outside corner. No balls, 1 strike. De Jesus, the winning run here in the 11th, and a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Martinez, 29 years old, working on Miles. Time. One and one. And a little flare into left field, caught by Matt Young. The miles almost, but not quite. Little fly ball to left. Matt Young making a good play. And here comes Jerry Sands with 2 out in the winning run at second base. So the kid is sure being put through the grill as we see Matt Young making another catch, meeting that flare head on. Jerry Sands appeared as a pinch hitter for Tony Gwynn in the 7th inning and struck out. Then he came up to hit in the 9th inning and struck out. And here he is now in the 11th with a chance to win the game. On deck, Casey Blake was having a big day with 2 singles and a home run. So Ivan DeJesus, the winning run at second. 0-1 to Sands. DeJesus taking liberties that time on that pitch. He made the shortstop Gonzalez start to go to the bag. 0-1. And another strike. 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes to Jerry Sands. Just off the plate. Good fastball at 92. We're in the 11th. All even 3-3. Slider fouled away upstairs. Jerry going across the plate to take a swipe at it. One and 2 the count. And fouled away. When Willie Davis played here for years, I always remember his first game in the Coliseum, bases loaded, 9th inning, towering fly ball, and he made it look so easy. And after the game, we said, "Weren't you a little frightened?" "No," he said, "it's not my life, it's not my wife, so why worry?" That's the philosophy Sands has to have. 1-2 the count. Not his life, and he's not married yet. Breaking ball hit the third. Nice play there by Prado to get him. So the Dodgers leave the possible winning run at second base in the 11th, and we're heading for the 12th. 3-3. Three tie. Matt Young, Brian McCann, and then 'Martin' Prado against Matt Guerrier. Young 0 for 4, but he did make a good catch on that ball hit by Miles that might have dropped in to score the winning run. Matt was playing right field. Prado took over third. He moved over to left, and Hayward took over in right. One away. And the batter now, Brian McCann. So Young a long 0 for 5. One down. Brian McCann has had one at bat in the 10th inning and struck out. Ball one. Dodgers load up the right side. That triangle defense. Left side pretty lonely for Juan Uribe. Carroll, Miles, and Blake on the right. 1-1 to count. Martin Prado out on deck. So it's been Kershaw, Broxton, and Guerrier. Jurgens, Sherrill, Linebrook, O'Flaherty, Kimbrel, and Martinez for Atlanta. 1-2 to Bryan. He's hitting .344, 2 home runs, 10 runs batted in. And little ground ball, but Miles is out there in right field to get him. 2 down.
Third baseman.
The Dodgers, by the way, in case you wonder, have used all of the position players. Miles is playing. DeJesus ran. A.J. Ellis is the new catcher. Timms and Sands were pinch hitters, and Sands stayed in the game. So for Don Mattingly, only pitchers. Prado leading off, reached on a walk, otherwise 0 for 4, struck out, and 3 fly balls. Prado with 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. That's a strike. Playing left field throughout the series. He's finishing up playing third base. 1-1 to Martin. Ball 2. Waiting on deck, the shortstop, Alex Gonzalez. 30,711. Seeing quite a game today on what is now a beautiful day. Foul back. A throwback Thursday. The Dodgers wearing those blue uniforms from May of 1944. They are not satin, but the original ones were. And the Braves are wearing the Boston Braves uniform from the 40s. 2-2. Curveball got him. Big 12-6 rainbow. That'll do it for Prado. Here come the Dodgers now. Blake, Ethier, and Kemp. We're going to the bottom of the 12th, 3-3. 12th inning, Casey Blake, Andre Ethier, and Matt Kemp against Christian Martinez, who's in his 8th game and in his 3rd game in this 4-game series. Breaking ball, strike. Casey has struck out twice, but he has 2 singles and a home run. And his single in the 9th inning on an 0-2 pitch drove in the tying run. 0-2. So Martinez, who pitched the 11th, hit a batter, maybe saved on the catch by Matt Young. Now has the heart of the Dodger order, Blake, Ethier, and Kemp. If anybody gets on, Uribe. Off the plate, 1-2 the count. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Blake Hawksworth and Mike McDougal. Ground ball to short. Gonzalez, one away. Andre Ethier started the day with a 17-game hitting streak. He walked in the 1st inning. He singled off Freeman's glove in the 3rd to extend his hitting streak to 18. Since then, flied to right in the 5th, flied to right in the 7th, grounded to 2nd in the 9th. So Andre 1 for 4, hitting .377 with Matt Kemp on deck. Breeze blowing out to right field as we are straight up 4 o'clock. Right. 0-1. Fastball whacked to right field. That's going to land at the track, go to the wall. Hayward picks it up, and Ethier into second base with a stand-up double, and the winning run is out there again. So Ethier a long double, his 2nd hit. Now with 1 out, Kemp and Uribe. After Uribe is the pitcher's spot. So Andre carrying the winning run at 2nd with 1 out. Matt Kemp today has struck out 3 times, walked, and flied to right. And starts him, picking up the inside corner. 0-1. For Freddie, all eyes on the manager, and he says, nope, go after him. He walked him in the very first game in the 1st inning. But since then, he's tried to get him even last night. You remember last night, the Dodgers had 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Freddie was kind of on the horns of a dilemma because Uribe and Loney had hit Derek Lowe in the past. So he faced Kemp and struck him out, and now he's facing him again. 0-2. And a high fly ball into deep left center. Back goes McLeod at the wall. Gone. So Freddie Gonzalez goes to school as far as Matt Kemp is concerned. And just like Tony La Russa, Matt Kemp beats the Braves. And the count was no balls and 2 strikes. For the Dodgers, 5 runs, 11 hits, no errors. For the Braves, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. And I guess sooner or later the word's going to get around the league that Matt Kemp might beat you. So the Dodgers wind up winning 3 out of 4 from Atlanta, and will now climb on the airplane and fly to Chicago, then to Florida, and then pick up the exciting action at Dodger Stadium on Friday the 29th with the San Diego Padres. And for Kemp, who had a tough night with 3 strikeouts today, he hits the big one to give the Dodgers the victory. Well, a reminder, stay tuned for Dodger Live coming up next. Good afternoon, everybody.
Wow, Matt. You said to me